Hello everyone. Welcome to our story channel. If you enjoy adventures and mysteries, you're in the right place. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any episodes. Where are you watching from? Tell us in the comments. If you liked it, leave your like. Now, get ready for today's story. All of this because the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple as Theo trudged along the cracked sidewalk of Main Street. His backpack felt heavier than usual, laden with the weight of another uneventful day at Millbrook High. As he kicked a pebble down the path, his eyes wandered to the storefronts he'd passed 1,000 times before. But something was different today. Between the familiar facade of Joe's Diner and the post office stood a narrow shop he'd never noticed. Its windows were clouded with dust, and a faded wooden sign swung gently in the evening breeze. Squinting, Theo could just make out the words, "Tempest Library, Purveyors of Forgotten Tales." "That's weird," Theo muttered to himself, frowning. "How have I never seen this place before?" Curiosity piqued, he approached the shop. The door creaked as he pushed it open, a small bell tinkling overhead. The interior was dimly lit, with towering bookshelves stretching from floor to ceiling. The air was thick with the musty scent of old paper and leather. "Hello?" Theo called out, his voice echoing in the silent shop. No response came. He wandered deeper into the store, running his fingers along the spines of books with titles in languages he couldn't decipher. Dust motes danced in the thin shafts of light that managed to penetrate the grimy windows. As Theo rounded a corner, he nearly collided with an elderly man who seemed to materialize out of nowhere. The man's silver hair stood out in all directions, and his eyes twinkled behind thick, round spectacles. "Ah, a visitor," the old man exclaimed, his voice surprisingly robust for his frail appearance. "Welcome, welcome. I'm Archibald Quill, proprietor of this humble establishment." Theo took a step back, startled. Hi. I'm Theo. I've lived here my whole life, but I've never seen this shop before." Archibald's eyes twinkled even brighter. "Is that so? Well, Tempest Library has a way of appearing to those who need it most. Tell me, young Theo, what brings you here today?" I don't know," Theo admitted, feeling a bit foolish. "I was just walking home and saw the shop. It looked interesting." "Interesting, indeed." Archibald chuckled. "Well, why don't you have a look around? You never know what treasures you might find in a place like this." As the old man shuffled away, disappearing behind a bookshelf, Theo found himself drawn to a section near the back of the shop. The shelves here seemed older, the books more worn. His gaze fell upon a thick, leather-bound volume with no visible title. Just as Theo reached out to touch it, Archibald's voice rang out from somewhere in the shop. "Ah, I see you found something intriguing. Remember, my boy, the right book has a way of finding the right reader." Theo carefully pulled the book from the shelf, surprised by its weight. As he opened it, a gust of wind seemed to rush through the shop, ruffling the pages and sending a shiver down his spine. "Mr. Quill?" Theo called out, suddenly feeling uneasy. "I think I should be heading home now." No response came. The shop had fallen eerily silent. "Mr. Quill," he tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. Clutching the book to his chest, Theo made his way back to the front of the store. The fading daylight cast long shadows across the floor, and the silence seemed to press in around him. When he reached the entrance, Theo was shocked to find the door locked. He rattled the handle, his heart beginning to race. "Hello? Mr. Quill?" "I'm still in here," he shouted, panic rising in his voice. Suddenly, the book in his arms grew warm. Theo looked down to see faint, glowing symbols appearing on its cover. The shop around him began to blur, as if he were looking at it through water. "What's happening?" Theo whispered, his voice trembling. As the world around him faded away, the last thing Theo heard was Archibald's distant voice, carried on a non-existent wind. "Every story needs a hero, Theo. It seems this one has chosen you." And with that, Theo and the mysterious book vanished from the shop, leaving behind only a swirl of dust motes dancing in the empty air. Theo blinked, his vision slowly coming into focus. He found himself standing in his bedroom, the mysterious bookshop nowhere to be seen. Sunlight streamed through his window, and the familiar sounds of his neighborhood filtered in from outside. "Was it all a dream?" he mumbled, running a hand through his disheveled hair. But as his eyes adjusted, Theo noticed the leather-bound book clutched tightly in his other hand. His heart raced as he remembered the strange encounter with Mr. Quill and the eerie disappearance from the shop. With trembling fingers, Theo placed the book on his desk and pulled out the chair. He sat down, staring at the unmarked cover for what felt like an eternity before finally gathering the courage to open it. "Here goes nothing," he whispered, carefully lifting the front cover. To his surprise, the pages appeared completely blank. Theo flipped through the book, page after page of pristine, cream-colored paper greeting his eyes. No text, no illustrations, not even a hint of the glowing symbols he'd seen before. "This doesn't make any sense," Theo muttered, frustration building. He slammed the book shut, then immediately opened it again, as if expecting the contents to magically appear. Still nothing. Theo leaned back in his chair, running his hands over his face. "Maybe I'm going crazy," he sighed. Just then, his mother's voice called from downstairs. "Theo, dinner's ready." "Coming, Mom," he replied, casting one last glance at the book before heading down to join his family. Throughout dinner, Theo found himself distracted, his mind constantly wandering back to the mysterious volume waiting in his room. His parents exchanged concerned glances as he pushed his food around his plate. "Everything okay, honey?" his mother asked, placing a gentle hand on his arm. Theo looked up, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just thinking about a school project." His father raised an eyebrow. "Must be some project. You've barely touched your lasagna, and it's your favorite." "Sorry," Theo mumbled, taking a half-hearted bite. "I guess I'm not as hungry as I thought." As soon as he could politely excuse himself, Theo rushed back to his room, closing the door behind him. The book sat exactly where he'd left it, innocuous and unremarkable. Theo approached it cautiously, as if it might suddenly spring to life. He picked it up, turning it over in his hands, examining every inch of the cover and spine for any clue to its origins or purpose. "Come on," he pleaded with the inanimate object. "Show me something. Anything." As if in response to his words, Theo felt a subtle warmth emanating from the book. He quickly opened it, his breath catching in his throat as he watched strange symbols slowly materialize on the first page. The symbols shimmered and danced, rearranging themselves before his eyes. Theo squinted, trying to make sense of the shifting patterns. Gradually, they began to resemble letters, then words in a language he didn't recognize. "What are you?" Theo whispered, tracing a finger over the glowing text. Suddenly, the words seemed to leap off the page, swirling around him in a dizzying display of light and color. Theo stumbled back, nearly dropping the book in shock. "Theo?" His mother's voice called from outside his door. "Is everything all right?" "I heard a noise." "Why, yeah, Mom." Theo called back, his voice cracking slightly. Just, dropped something. I'm fine." He held his breath, listening as his mother's footsteps retreated down the hallway. Once he was sure she was gone, Theo turned his attention back to the book. The swirling lights had coalesced into a single, pulsing orb hovering above the open pages. As Theo watched, transfixed, words began to form within the orb, this time in English. Speak the words to unlock the gate, where forgotten realms and wonders wait. But heed this warning, brave and bold, once the story starts, it must be told. Theo's heart pounded in his chest as he read the glowing message. He licked his dry lips, took a deep breath, and began to read aloud. In realms beyond the veil of sight, where magic thrums and dreams take flight, I seek the tale that time forgot, and claim the destiny I've sought. As the last word left his lips, the room around him began to blur and shift. The orb of light expanded, enveloping Theo in a brilliant glow. He felt a tugging sensation, as if he were being pulled in every direction at once. "Oh no," Theo gasped, clutching the book tightly to his chest. "What have I done?" The world spun faster and faster, colors and shapes melding into a dizzying kaleidoscope. Theo squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself for whatever came next. And then, just as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. Theo opened his eyes, blinking in the bright sunlight. But this wasn't his room anymore. This wasn't even his world. He found himself standing in a lush, vibrant forest unlike anything he'd ever seen. Towering trees with iridescent leaves stretched towards a sky painted with swirling auroras. In the distance, he could see the spires of a magnificent castle floating on an island in the clouds. As Theo stood there, awestruck and more than a little terrified, a gentle voice spoke from behind him. "Welcome, traveler. We've been expecting you." Theo whirled around, his heart pounding in his chest. Before him stood a creature unlike anything he'd ever seen, a being that seemed to be made of living light, its form constantly shifting and shimmering. Who are you?" Theo stammered, clutching the book tightly against his chest. "Where am I?" The luminous being's voice resonated in Theo's mind rather than through the air. "I am Lumina, a guardian of this realm. You stand at the threshold of Ethoria, a world long hidden from your own." Theo's mind reeled, struggling to process the impossible situation he found himself in. He looked down at the book in his hands, its leather cover now adorned with intricate, glowing symbols. "This book, it brought me here?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lumina's form pulsed gently. "The Codex Ethoria is more than just a book, young one. It is a key, a map, and a chronicle of our world. Its pages have chosen you." Theo shook his head, overwhelmed. "Chosen me? But why? I'm nobody special. I'm just Theo." A sound like chiming bells filled the air, Lumina's laughter. "Oh, Theo. You have no idea how special you truly are. But come, we must not linger here. The forest has eyes, and not all of them are friendly." As if on cue, a rustling in the nearby underbrush set Theo on edge. He cast a nervous glance over his shoulder. Yeah. Good idea. Lead the way." Lumina glided forward, illuminating a path through the dense foliage. As they walked, Theo couldn't help but marvel at the strange and beautiful forest surrounding them. Flowers that seemed to sing soft melodies, trees with bark that sparkled like diamonds, and vines that reached out as if trying to touch them as they passed. "This is incredible," Theo breathed, his earlier fear giving way to wonder. "I've never seen anything like this." "Ethoria is a land of magic and mystery," Lumina explained. "What you see here is but a fraction of its wonders. And its dangers." Theo gulped at the ominous tone in Lumina's voice. "Dangers? Like what?" Before Lumina could answer, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the forest. Theo froze, his blood running cold. Like that, Lumina said urgently. Quickly now, we must reach the sanctuary. They hurried through the forest, the otherworldly howls growing closer with each passing moment. Theo's lungs burned as he struggled to keep up with Lumina's gliding form. Almost there, Lumina encouraged. Just beyond those trees, suddenly, a massive shape burst from the undergrowth, blocking their path. Theo stumbled back with a cry of alarm. Before them stood a creature that looked like a wolf, but easily the size of a horse, with fur that seemed to absorb the light around it. A shadow fang, Lumina's voice resonated with concern. Theo, the book. You must use it. Theo looked down at the Codex Ethoria, panic rising in his throat. Use it? How? The shadow fang growled, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence as it stalked towards them. Open it. Lumina urged. The words will come to you. Trust in the Codex. With shaking hands, Theo opened the book. To his amazement, words began to form on the previously blank pages, shimmering with an inner light. Without thinking, he began to read aloud, by ancient power and timeless right, I call upon the guardians of light. Shield us from the creeping dark, and banish shadows with your mark. As the last word left his lips, a brilliant light erupted from the pages of the Codex. It enveloped Theo and Lumina in a protective sphere, pushing back the encroaching darkness. The shadow fang recoiled with a pained yelp, retreating into the forest. Theo stood there, wide-eyed and breathless, as the light slowly faded. Did I do that? Lumina's form pulsed with what seemed like pride. Indeed you did, Theo. The Codex responds to you, as it has responded to no one in centuries. Do you begin to understand now why you were chosen? Theo looked down at the book in his hands, the symbols on its cover glowing faintly. I'm not sure. This is all happening so fast. What does it mean? It means, young Theo, that you have a greater role to play in the fate of Ethoria than you could possibly imagine, Lumina said solemnly. But for now, we must press on. The sanctuary awaits, and there is much you need to learn. As they resumed their journey, Theo's mind raced with questions. Who was he really? Why had this magical book chosen him? And what role was he meant to play in this strange, beautiful, and dangerous world? With each step deeper into the heart of Ethoria, Theo felt the weight of destiny settling upon his shoulders. Whatever lay ahead, he knew his life would never be the same again. As Theo and Lumina approached the sanctuary, a majestic structure that seemed to be carved from a single, enormous crystal, the Codex Ethoria began to pulse with a soft, rhythmic light. Theo could feel a subtle warmth emanating from its pages, as if the book itself was alive and breathing. We have arrived, Lumina announced, their luminous form shimmering with anticipation. The heart of Ethoria awaits you, Theo. Theo gazed up at the towering crystal edifice, its facets reflecting and refracting the ethereal light of this strange world. It's beautiful, he breathed. But what am I supposed to do now? Lumina's voice resonated with a mix of encouragement and solemnity. You must enter alone, Theo. The Codex will guide you. Trust in it, and in yourself. With a deep breath, Theo stepped forward. As he approached the entrance, a seamless archway in the crystal surface, he felt a slight resistance, as if passing through an invisible barrier. Once inside, he found himself in a vast, circular chamber. The walls sparkled with embedded gems of every color imaginable, and at the center stood a pedestal of pure, white light. Theo's footsteps echoed as he approached the pedestal. The Codex in his hands grew warmer, urging him forward. As he placed the book on the pedestal, its pages began to turn on their own, faster and faster, until they became a blur of motion. Suddenly, the book flew open, and a column of light erupted from its pages, engulfing Theo. Strange symbols and foreign words swirled around him, gradually coalescing into recognizable shapes and sounds. A voice, ancient and powerful, filled the chamber. Theo of Earth, keeper of the Codex, heed these words. The fate of Ethoria rests in your hands. To unlock the power within these pages, you must speak the sacred incantation. But be warned, once begun, this journey cannot be undone. Are you prepared to embrace your destiny? Theo's heart raced. This was all happening so fast. Just yesterday, he was an ordinary teenager, and now he stood in another world, tasked with some great, unknown purpose. Fear and doubt gnawed at him, but beneath it all, a spark of excitement flickered. I'm ready, Theo declared, his voice stronger than he felt. The swirling lights coalesced into words on the open pages of the Codex. Theo leaned forward, reading aloud, in realms of wonder, lost to time, where magic flows and rhythms rhyme. I stand as bridge between worlds apart, with open mind and willing heart. By ancient power, I now decree the hidden truths revealed to me. Let knowledge flow and wisdom shine, as worlds converge by grand design. As Theo spoke the final word, a surge of energy coursed through him. The chamber filled with a blinding light, and he felt as if his very essence was being rewritten. Knowledge and memories not his own flooded his mind, glimpses of Ethoria's history, its magic, and the looming darkness that threatened it. When the light faded and Theo's vision cleared, he found himself changed. The world around him seemed sharper, more vibrant. He could feel the pulse of magic in the air, could sense the ebb and flow of energies he never knew existed. The Codex now hovered before him, its pages filled with writing in a language that, moments ago, would have been incomprehensible. Now, Theo understood every word. I can read it, he marveled, reaching out to touch the floating book. I can understand it all. The ancient voice spoke again, tinged with both pride and urgency. The Codex has accepted you, Theo. Its knowledge is now yours to command. But time grows short. Ethoria faces a threat unlike any it has known before. You must learn to wield the Codex's power, for only you can restore balance to our world. Theo's mind reeled with the implications. But how? I don't know anything about being a hero or saving worlds. You know more than you realize, the voice assured him. The Codex has gifted you with the fundamental knowledge you need. The rest, you must discover for yourself. Trust in the book, trust in your instincts, and above all, trust in yourself. As the voice faded, Theo felt a new sense of purpose settling over him. He reached out, and the Codex floated gently into his hands. Its weight felt different now, not just physically, but with the responsibility it represented. Okay, Theo said, squaring his shoulders. Where do we start? The pages of the Codex began to turn on their own, stopping on an ornate map of Ethoria. A pulsing light indicated a location far to the north. The Whispering Woods, Theo read aloud, the name somehow familiar to him now. Something's hidden there. Something important. As he studied the map, Theo felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. This was really happening. He was about to embark on a journey that would change not just his life, but the fate of an entire world. With a deep breath, Theo tucked the Codex under his arm and strode towards the exit of the sanctuary. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever dangers he might face, he knew one thing for certain. Nothing would ever be the same again. As Theo emerged from the crystal sanctuary, the landscape of Ethoria took his breath away. The world around him had transformed, or perhaps it was his perception that had changed. Towering castles floated on islands suspended in the sky, their spires reaching towards swirling, iridescent clouds. Waterfalls cascaded from the floating landmasses, their streams dissolving into mist before reaching the ground. Lumina awaited him, their luminous form pulsing with anticipation. "You have changed, Theo of Earth. The Codex has awakened something within you." Theo nodded, still trying to process the flood of new knowledge and sensations. "I feel different. Like I can see and understand things I never could before." "The Codex has gifted you with the sight of Euphoria," Lumina explained. "You now perceive our world as it truly is, in all its wonder and peril." As if on cue, a flock of creatures that looked like a cross between birds and fish soared overhead, their scales glittering in the ethereal light. Theo watched in awe as they danced through the air, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. "This is incredible," Theo breathed. "But Lumina, the Codex showed me a map. It's pointing me towards something called the Whispering Woods. Do you know what that means?" Lumina's form flickered, a sign Theo now recognized as concern. "The Whispering Woods is a place of great power and greater danger. It lies at the heart of the Shadow Realm, a dark reflection of Euphoria. What you seek there will not be easily obtained." Theo's excitement dimmed slightly at Lumina's words. "But I have to go, don't I? The Codex chose me for a reason." "Indeed it did," Lumina agreed. "But you need not face this challenge alone. There are others who can aid you on your quest." Before Theo could ask for clarification, a thunderous sound filled the air. He looked up to see an enormous airship descending from the clouds. It was a magnificent vessel, its hull gleaming like polished wood and metal, with sails that seemed to capture the very light of the sky. As the airship drew closer, Theo could make out figures on the deck. They were a motley crew, beings of all shapes and sizes, some humanoid and others decidedly not. The ship came to rest beside the floating island where Theo and Lumina stood. A gangplank extended, and down it strode a tall, imposing figure. She appeared human at first glance, but her skin had a faint blue tinge, and her hair moved as if underwater, despite the lack of wind. "Greetings, Lumina," the woman said, her voice carrying the sound of distant waves. "Is this the one?" Lumina's form bobbed in what Theo interpreted as a nod. "Indeed, Captain Zephyra. May I present Theo of Earth, the new keeper of the Codex Euphoria." Captain Zephyra fixed Theo with a penetrating gaze, her eyes swirling like whirlpools. "So, you're the one who's supposed to save our world, eh? You look a bit young for such a heavy burden." Theo straightened his posture, trying to appear more confident than he felt. "I may be young, but the Codex chose me. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to help Euphoria." A smile tugged at the corner of Zephyr's mouth. "Brave words, lad. Let's see if you can back them up." She turned to address her crew. "Listen up, you lot. We've got ourselves a new passenger. Make ready to sail." As the crew bustled about, preparing the ship for departure, Zephyr turned back to Theo. "The Whispering Woods is a treacherous place, even for experienced adventurers. Are you sure you're prepared for what lies ahead?" Theo glanced down at the Codex in his hands, feeling its reassuring warmth. "Honestly, I'm terrified. But I also know this is something I have to do. I can feel it." Zephyr nodded approvingly. "Fear is good. It'll keep you alert. But don't let it paralyze you. On my ship, we face our fears head-on and come out stronger for it." As Theo prepared to board the airship, Lumina's voice resonated one last time. "Remember, Theo, the Codex is more than just a book, it's a part of you now. Trust in its guidance, and in your own instincts." Theo took a deep breath, steeling himself for the journey ahead. As he walked up the gangplank, the enormity of his task weighed heavily on him. He was about to embark on a quest to save a world he barely knew, facing dangers he could scarcely imagine. But as he stepped onto the deck of the airship, feeling it hum with magical energy beneath his feet, a sense of excitement overcame his fear. This was the adventure he'd always dreamed of, the chance to be part of something greater than himself. "All aboard!" Zephyr's voice boomed across the deck. Next stop, the Whispering Woods. The airship lurched gently as it began to rise, and Theo watched in wonder as the ground fell away beneath them. As they soared higher, breaking through the iridescent clouds, he couldn't help but smile. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever dangers he might face, Theo knew one thing for certain: his life would never be the same again. And somehow, that thought filled him not with dread, but with an exhilarating sense of possibility. As the airship soared through the kaleidoscopic skies of Ethoria, Theo stood at the railing, the codex clutched tightly to his chest. The wind whipped through his hair, carrying scents both familiar and alien, hints of cinnamon and ozone, mixed with something undefinably otherworldly. Captain Zephyr's voice cut through his reverie. "Oi, Codex boy. Best come below deck. We're about to hit the Veil, and it can be a bit disorienting for first-timers." Theo turned, eyebrows raised. "The Veil?" "The barrier between the light and shadow realms of Ethoria," Zephyr explained, ushering him towards a hatch. "It's not a pleasant experience if you're not prepared." As they descended into the ship's interior, Theo marveled at the intricate mechanisms and glowing crystals that seemed to power the vessel. The crew, a diverse array of beings, bustled about their duties, some eyeing Theo with curiosity, others with open suspicion. "So," Zephyrus said, leading Theo to what appeared to be a control room, "tell me what you know about our world, lad. The Codex must have given you some insight." Theo hesitated, trying to sort through the flood of information in his mind. "It's a lot. Ethoria is a world of balance, light and shadow, creation and destruction. But something's upset that balance, hasn't it?" Zephyr nodded grimly. "Aye, that it has. The Shadow Lord grows stronger by the day, corrupting everything it touches. We're headed straight into its domain now." A tremor ran through the ship, causing Theo to stumble. The codex in his arms grew warm, its pages fluttering open of their own accord. Strange symbols danced across the parchment, resolving into words Theo could somehow understand. "The Veil approaches," he read aloud. "Brace for the crossing." Zephyr's eyes widened. "By the celestial seas, it really does speak to you, doesn't it? Quickly now, everyone hold on to something." The ship lurched violently, and Theo felt a sensation like being pulled in every direction at once. The world outside the windows became a swirling vortex of light and shadow. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, Theo felt as if he was everywhere and nowhere, his very essence scattered across realities. Then, with a final shudder, the ship stabilized. Theo gasped, realizing he'd been holding his breath. Is it over?" Zephyr helped him to his feet, her expression grim. "The crossing, yes. But our troubles are just beginning. Look." Theo followed her gaze to the windows and felt his heart sink. The vibrant, colorful world they'd left behind was gone. In its place was a landscape of twisted shadows and muted tones. The sky churned with dark clouds, occasional flashes of sickly green lightning illuminating the desolate terrain below. "Welcome to the Shadow Realm," Zephyrus said softly. "Not the most inviting place, is it?" Before Theo could respond, a commotion on deck caught their attention. They rushed up the stairs to find the crew gathered at the port side, pointing and shouting. "Captain," a crew member with scales instead of skin called out. "Look there." Theo followed their gaze and gasped. A massive creature was emerging from the clouds, part bird, part reptile, its feathers a shimmering black that seemed to absorb the very light around it. Its eyes glowed with an eerie red light, fixed unmistakably on their ship. "Shadow Maw," Zephyr hissed. "I've never seen one this far from the obsidian peaks." "All hands, battle stations." As the crew scrambled to their positions, Theo felt a surge of panic. "What do I do? How can I help?" Zephyr turned to him, her expression stern but not unkind. "This is your moment, Codex Keeper. That book of yours isn't just for show. If you truly are the one meant to save Ethoria, now's the time to prove it." The Shadow Maw let out a bone-chilling shriek, diving towards the airship with terrifying speed. Theo's hands trembled as he opened the codex, its pages glowing with an inner light that seemed to push back the encroaching shadows. I don't know what to do," Theo admitted, his voice shaking. "Trust in yourself," Zephyr urged. "The codex chose you for a reason. Let its power flow through you." As the Shadow Maw bore down upon them, its massive talons extended, Theo felt something stir within him. Words formed in his mind, and he began to speak, his voice growing stronger with each syllable. "By light's decree and shadow's might, I call upon the ancient right. Guardians of sky and earth below, protect us from this shadowed foe." A burst of radiant energy exploded from the codex, enveloping the airship in a shimmering barrier. The Shadow Maw crashed against it with a screech of frustration, recoiling as if burned. Theo stared at his hands in disbelief, feeling the power coursing through him. I did it." Zephyr clapped him on the shoulder, a fierce grin on her face. "That you did, lad. And not a moment too soon. But our journey's far from over. The Whispering Woods await, and I've a feeling that overgrown bird was just the beginning of our troubles." As the airship pressed on into the heart of the Shadow Realm, Theo clutched the codex tightly, a mix of fear and exhilaration coursing through him. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he was starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, he was ready to face them. As the airship descended towards the Whispering Woods, Theo felt a chill run down his spine. The forest below was a tangled mass of gnarled trees, their branches reaching up like grasping fingers. A thick mist clung to the ground, swirling and shifting as if alive. Captain Zephyr approached, her face grim. "We can't land in the woods themselves, too dangerous. We'll set down on that ridge and continue on foot." Theo nodded, gripping the codex tightly. As they touched down, the crew began preparing for the expedition. Theo watched as they donned strange armor and checked peculiar weapons that hummed with an otherworldly energy. A tall, willowy being with bark-like skin approached. "I am Sylvan, young keeper. I will guide you through the Whispering Woods. Few know its paths as I do." "Thank you," Theo replied, trying to hide his nervousness. "I'm not sure what we're looking for, but the codex seems to think it's important." Sylvan's eyes, like swirling pools of amber sap, regarded Theo curiously. "The codex works in mysterious ways. Trust in its guidance, and in your own instincts." As they disembarked and began their trek into the forest, Theo couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The trees seemed to lean in as they passed, their branches creaking and groaning in an unsettling chorus. "Why is it called the Whispering Woods?" Theo asked, his voice barely above a whisper itself. As if in answer, a faint sound reached his ears, murmurs and whispers just on the edge of comprehension. Theo strained to make out the words, but they remained frustratingly elusive. Sylvan's voice was solemn. "The woods are alive with memories and secrets. Some say they hold the echoes of all who have ever passed through them. Others believe they are the voice of Ethoria itself, trying to communicate with those who will listen." Captain Zephyr cut in, her tone brusque. "Whatever they are, don't listen too closely. Men have gone mad trying to decipher these whispers. They pressed on, the mist growing thicker with each step. Theo found himself relying more on the warm glow of the codex to light their way. Suddenly, he felt a tug, as if the book was trying to lead him in a specific direction. "This way," Theo said, pointing to a barely visible path branching off to the right. I think the codex wants us to go this way." Sylvan nodded approvingly. "Trust in the codex, young keeper. It knows more than we ever could." As they followed the new path, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Theo could almost make out words now, tantalizing fragments that danced just beyond understanding. Suddenly, the trees parted, revealing a small clearing. At its center stood an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any Theo had ever seen. Its trunk was twisted into an intricate knot, and its leaves shimmered with an inner light. "The heart tree," Sylvan breathed, awe evident in their voice. "I thought it was just a legend." Zephyr drew her weapon, eyes darting around the clearing. "Legend or not, stay alert. Anything this important is bound to be guarded." As if summoned by her words, the mist around them began to coalesce, taking on vaguely humanoid shapes. Theo could see faces forming in the mist, expressions of sorrow, anger, and longing flitting across their ethereal features. "Lost souls," Sylvan explained, their voice tight with tension. "Trapped between worlds, drawn to the power of the heart tree." One of the misty figures approached Theo, its voice a haunting whisper. You carry the key. The way home. Please, help us." Theo felt a surge of pity for these lost beings, but also a growing sense of purpose. He stepped forward, holding the codex aloft. Its pages began to turn on their own, faster and faster, until they became a blur. "I think I know what I have to do," Theo said, his voice stronger than he felt. He began to read from the codex, words of power flowing from his lips. "By ancient right and timeless grace, I call upon this sacred place. Lost souls adrift and shadows gleam, find peace beyond this mortal dream. Heart tree, guardian old and wise, open now the veil's disguise. Reveal the path long hidden here, and banish doubt, dispel all fear." As Theo spoke the final word, a blinding light erupted from the codex, engulfing the clearing. The misty figures let out a collective sigh of relief as they began to fade, their forms dissolving into motes of light that drifted upwards and vanished. The heart tree began to pulse with energy, its twisted trunk slowly unraveling. As it did, Theo could see something hidden within, a shimmering doorway of pure light. "The gateway," Zephyr gasped. "The lost passage between realms. Theo, you've done it." But before they could celebrate, a bone-chilling roar echoed through the forest. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the whispers of the woods rose to a frantic pitch. Sylvan's face paled. "The Shadow Lord. It knows we're here. We must hurry." As the sounds of approaching danger grew nearer, Theo faced a crucial decision. Should they flee back to the airship, or press forward through the newly revealed gateway? With the fate of Ethoria hanging in the balance, Theo knew that whatever choice he made would change everything. The roar of the approaching Shadow Lord echoed through the whispering woods, growing louder with each passing moment. Theo's heart raced as he looked from the shimmering gateway to his companions, indecision paralyzing him. "We can't leave," Theo exclaimed, clutching the codex tightly. "The prophecy, there's more we need to do here." Captain Zephyr's face was grim as she readied her weapon. "Prophecy or not, we'll be no good to anyone if we're dead or captured. We need to move, now." But Sylvan placed a calming hand on Theo's shoulder, their amber eyes gleaming with an ancient wisdom. "The Keeper is right. The prophecy must be fulfilled. Theo, what does the codex tell you?" Theo closed his eyes, focusing on the warm weight of the book in his hands. Its pages began to flutter, and words formed in his mind. When he opened his eyes, they glowed with an otherworldly light. "I am the bridge between worlds," Theo intoned, his voice resonating with power. "The lost heir who would return to save the kingdom from darkness. But I can't do it alone." The ground shook violently, and the trees around them groaned in protest. The gateway pulsed, its light flickering ominously. Zephyr cursed under her breath. "Whatever you're going to do, lad, do it fast." Theo nodded, then turned to face the heart tree. He held the codex aloft, its pages now glowing with the same light as the gateway. Words of power flowed from his lips. "By ancient right and royal blood, I claim the crown long lost in flood. Of shadow and light, I bridge the span, to heal the rift where strife began. Guardians old, I summon thee, to stand against this dark decree." As the final word left his mouth, the gateway flared brilliantly. From its depths emerged four shimmering figures, each radiating power and authority. They solidified into distinct forms, a warrior clad in living flame, a sorceress wrapped in swirling mists, a druid crowned with leaves and flowers, and a scholar whose robes seemed woven from starlight itself. The flame-clad warrior spoke first, his voice like crackling fire. "We are the guardians of Ethoria, sworn to protect the balance between realms. Who dares summon us from our long slumber?" Theo stepped forward, surprised by his own boldness. "I am Theo, keeper of the Codex Ethoria, and the lost heir of this kingdom." The misty sorceress tilted her head, her eyes swirling like storm clouds. "The lost heir returns at last. But are you worthy of the crown you claim?" Before Theo could respond, a deafening roar split the air. The trees at the edge of the clearing were thrust aside as an enormous, shadowy form burst into view. The Shadow Lord had arrived. It was a nightmarish creature, its body a roiling mass of darkness with glowing red eyes. Tendrils of shadow lashed out, withering everything they touched. "So, the Shadow Lord's voice boomed, dripping with malice. The so-called heir returns. How fitting that I shall snuff out the last spark of hope for this pitiful realm." The druid guardian stepped forward, vines and roots erupting from the ground at her command. "You shall not pass, creature of darkness." The scholar raised his hands, constellations swirling around him. "The prophecy will be fulfilled. Light shall prevail." As the guardians engaged the Shadow Lord in battle, Theo felt a surge of both terror and exhilaration. This was what the Codex had been preparing him for. Zephyr readied her weapon, a fierce grin on her face. "Well, lad, looks like we're in for one hell of a fight. Any more tricks in that book of yours?" Theo nodded, his eyes scanning the pages that continued to fill with glowing script. I think I need to complete a ritual. Something to restore the balance and drive back the darkness. But I'll need time." Sylvan knocked an arrow to their bow, its tip gleaming with an inner light. "Then time you shall have, young keeper. We will hold the line." As his companions joined the fray, Theo retreated to the heart tree. He placed his hand on its gnarled trunk, feeling the pulse of ancient magic coursing through it. The codex grew warm in his hands, and Theo knew what he had to do. He began to chant, weaving together strands of light and shadow, life and death, creation and destruction. With each word, he felt power building around him, the very fabric of Ethoria responding to his call. The battle raged around him, flashes of elemental fury clashing against the encroaching darkness. Theo forced himself to focus on the ritual, even as the sounds of combat and cries of pain threatened to break his concentration. As he neared the ritual's completion, Theo realized the true weight of the prophecy. He wasn't just here to save Ethoria, he was here to remake it, to restore the balance that had been lost for so long. With the final words of the incantation on his lips, Theo made a silent vow. Whatever the cost, he would see this through. For Ethoria, for his friends, and for the destiny he was only beginning to understand. As the battle raged around him, Theo completed the ritual, his voice rising above the chaos. A blinding light erupted from the codex, enveloping the clearing. When it faded, an eerie silence fell over the whispering woods. The Shadow Lord had been driven back, but not defeated. The Guardians stood vigilant, their powers dimmed but not extinguished. Captain Zephyr and Sylvan looked worse for wear but alive, relief evident on their faces. "Well done, lad," Zephyr said, clapping Theo on the shoulder. "But I've a feeling this is just the beginning." Theo nodded, his eyes fixed on the codex. Its pages were turning rapidly, revealing new information. "You're right. The ritual, it didn't just push back the darkness. It revealed something. A quest." The Scholar Guardian approached, his starry robe shimmering. "Speak, young keeper. What does the codex show you?" Theo's voice took on a distant quality as he read from the glowing pages. "To restore balance to Ethoria, for artifacts of power must be gathered. The Crown of Light, the Shadow Cloak, the Harmony Scepter, and the Eternity Hourglass. Each hidden, each guarded, each essential." The flame-clad warrior guardian growled, "A fool's errand. Those artifacts were lost ages ago, scattered across the most treacherous parts of our realm." "Lost, but not beyond recovery," the misty sorceress countered. "If the prophecy speaks true, then the Keeper has the power to find them." Sylvan stepped forward, their amber eyes gleaming with determination. "Then find them we shall. Where do we start, Theo?" Theo studied the codex, his brow furrowed in concentration. "The Crown of Light. It's in a place called the Celestial Spire. But the book warns of great danger. A trial that must be overcome." Zephyr grinned, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. "Danger's our business, lad. Point the way, and we'll get you there." The Druid Guardian raised her hand, vines coiling around her arm. "Be warned, young keeper. The forces of Shadow will not sit idle while you quest. The Shadow Lord will pursue you relentlessly." Theo felt a chill run down his spine, but he squared his shoulders, determined not to show fear. "Then we'll just have to be one step ahead. The Codex. I think it can help us stay hidden, at least for a while." The Scholar Guardian nodded approvingly. "A wise approach. But remember, with each artifact you recover, your power will grow, as will the danger you face." As the group prepared to leave the Heart Tree's clearing, Theo felt the weight of responsibility settling heavily on his shoulders. He turned to the Guardians, a question burning in his mind. "The prophecy spoke of me as the lost heir. What does that mean? Who am I really?" The Guardians exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, the flame-clad warrior spoke. "Your true identity, young keeper, is tied to the very fabric of Ethoria. You are not just heir to a kingdom, but to the balance of our world itself. As you recover each artifact, more of your heritage will be revealed." The misty sorceress added, her voice like a whisper on the wind, "But be warned. Knowledge of your true self comes at a price. With each revelation, the bonds tying you to your old world will weaken. You must be prepared for the possibility that once your quest is complete, you may not be able to return to the life you knew." Theo's heart raced at this revelation. He thought of his home, his family, the normal life he'd left behind. Could he really give all that up? But as he looked at his companions, Zephyr's fierce determination, Sylvan's quiet strength, the Guardian's ancient wisdom, he knew he couldn't turn back now. "I understand," Theo said, his voice stronger than he felt. Whatever it takes, I'll see this through. For Ithoria, and for all the realms. Zephyr clapped her hands, breaking the solemn mood. Right then. Celestial Spire it is. I hope you're all ready for a bit of a climb. As they set out from the clearing, the whispering woods seemed to part before them, creating a path. The whispers that had been so ominous before now seemed encouraging, urging them forward on their quest. Theo clutched the codex tightly, its warmth a comforting presence. He didn't know what trials lay ahead, what dangers they would face, or what sacrifices he might have to make. But he knew one thing for certain, this journey would change him forever. As they emerged from the woods, the sky above them shimmered with auroras, as if Ithoria itself was celebrating the beginning of their quest. In the distance, Theo could just make out a towering spire that seemed to touch the very stars themselves. There it is, he breathed. The Celestial Spire. And with that, the unlikely group of heroes set off on their perilous journey, the fate of Ithoria resting in their hands. The journey to the Celestial Spire was arduous, filled with challenges that tested not only Theo's newfound abilities but also the bonds of friendship forming within the group. As they approached the base of the impossibly tall structure, its peak lost in the swirling clouds above, Theo felt a mix of awe and trepidation. Well, would you look at that, Zephyr whistled, craning her neck. I've sailed the astral seas and never seen anything quite like it. Sylvan nodded, their amber eyes wide with wonder. The spire is said to bridge the gap between the mortal realm and the celestial planes. Its very existence defies the laws of nature. As they drew closer, Theo noticed strange, shimmering creatures flitting around the spire's base. They looked like a cross between birds and fish, their scales gleaming with an inner light. Sky swimmers, the misty sorceress guardian explained, her voice carrying on the wind. Creatures born of both air and starlight. They guard the lower reaches of the spire. Theo opened the codex, its pages glowing faintly. According to this, we need to gain the Sky Swimmer's trust to proceed. But how? As if in answer, one of the creatures swooped down, hovering before Theo. Its large, luminous eyes seemed to peer into his very soul. Then, to everyone's surprise, it spoke. Seeker of the crown, prove your worth, the Sky Swimmer's voice chimed like crystal bells. Show us the light that dwells within. Theo hesitated, unsure of what to do. He looked to his companions, but they seemed equally perplexed. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and focused on the warmth of the codex in his hands. He thought of all he'd learned, all he'd experienced since beginning this journey. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his hands were glowing with a soft, golden light. The Sky Swimmers trilled excitedly, swirling around him in a dizzying dance. The air returns, they sang. The light awakens. A path of shimmering air materialized before them, leading up into the clouds. Well, I'll be, Zephyr grinned, clapping Theo on the back. Looks like you've got a knack for this hero business after all, lad. As they began their ascent, the world below grew distant, the air becoming thin and crisp. Theo felt a strange lightness, as if gravity itself was loosening its hold. The codex pulsed warmly in his hands, almost eager for what lay ahead. After what seemed like hours of climbing, they emerged above the cloud layer. The sight that greeted them took their breath away. The upper reaches of the Celestial Spire were a marvel of crystalline architecture, towers and bridges defying all earthly logic as they stretched towards the star-studded sky. By the ancient roots, Sylvan breathed, their voice filled with awe. It's more beautiful than any tale could describe. But their wonder was short-lived. A bone-chilling roar echoed from above, and a massive shadow passed overhead. Theo's heart sank as he recognized the form of the creature circling the spire's peak. A void dragon, the flame-clad warrior guardian growled, readying his fiery sword. The Shadow Lord's most fearsome servant. It must be guarding the crown of light. Zephyr drew her own weapon, its edge gleaming with an unearthly blue light. Well, we didn't come all this way to turn back now. What's the plan, Theo? Theo consulted the codex, its pages turning rapidly of their own accord. The crown is at the very top of the spire. But to reach it, we need to activate 4 celestial beacons along the way. Each one requires a different trial to be overcome. The Scholar Guardian nodded solemnly. The trials of mind, body, heart, and soul. They will test you in ways you cannot imagine, young keeper. But he won't face them alone, Sylvan said firmly, placing a hand on Theo's shoulder. We stand with you, Theo. Theo looked at his companions, Zephyr's fierce determination, Sylvan's quiet strength, the Guardian's ancient power, and felt a surge of courage. Then let's do this. Together. As they made their way towards the first beacon, the void dragon's roars grew louder. The very air seemed to thicken with tension, and Theo could feel the weight of destiny pressing down upon him. Remember, the misty sorceress guardian cautioned, her form shimmering in the starlight. Each trial will reveal more of your true nature, Theo. The power you gain comes with a price. Are you prepared to pay it? Theo gripped the codex tightly, its warmth spreading through him like liquid courage. I am, he said, his voice steady. Whatever it takes to save Euphoria. As they approached the first beacon, a shimmering barrier of pure energy sprang to life before them. Ancient runes carved into its surface began to glow, and a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere spoke, to ignite the beacon of mind, unravel the puzzle of the stars. See beyond what is, to what could be. Theo stepped forward, the codex opening to a blank page. As he placed his hand upon the barrier, he felt a rush of cosmic knowledge flood his mind. The first trial had begun, and with it, the true test of his destiny as the lost heir of Euphoria. As Theo placed his hand on the shimmering barrier, the world around him seemed to dissolve. He found himself floating in a vast, star-studded void, the codex hovering before him. Constellations swirled and shifted, forming patterns of mind-bending complexity. The trial of mind begins, echoed a voice that seemed to come from the stars themselves. Unravel the cosmic tapestry, young keeper. Find the thread that binds all things. Theo's mind reeled as he tried to make sense of the ever-changing patterns. He reached out to touch a nearby constellation, and suddenly, visions flooded his consciousness. He saw the birth of stars, the death of galaxies, the intricate dance of planets and moons. Focus, Theo, came Sylvan's voice, though the elf was nowhere to be seen. Look beyond the chaos. Find the order within. Theo closed his eyes, concentrating on the warmth of the codex. When he opened them again, he saw it, a single, golden thread weaving through the cosmic tapestry. With trembling fingers, he grasped it. Instantly, the starscape around him froze. The constellations aligned, forming a massive, intricate map of Euphoria itself. Well done, the cosmic voice intoned. You have passed the trial of mind. The first beacon is yours to ignite. The void faded away, and Theo found himself back on the crystalline path of the celestial spire. The barrier before him shimmered and vanished, revealing a towering beacon of pure light. You did it, lad, Zephyr exclaimed, clapping him on the back. What happened in there? Theo shook his head, still dazed from the experience. I saw the universe. All of it. And somehow, I understood it. The Scholar Guardian nodded approvingly. The trial of mind opens one's consciousness to the vastness of creation. You have taken your first step towards true enlightenment, young keeper. As Theo approached the beacon, the codex began to glow. He held it aloft, and a beam of light shot from its pages to the beacon's core. The structure blazed to life, sending a pillar of radiance into the starry sky above. "One down, 3 to go," Theo said, a new confidence in his voice. But their victory was short-lived. A bone-chilling roar split the air, and the massive form of the Void Dragon swooped down from the spire's peak. Its eyes, like twin black holes, fixed on Theo with malevolent intelligence. "Foolish heir," the dragon's voice boomed, shaking the very foundations of the spire. "You think your pitiful lights can stop the coming darkness? I will snuff out your beacons and devour your hope." The flame-clad warrior guardian stepped forward, his fiery sword blazing. "Stand fast. We must protect Theo at all costs." As the Void Dragon unleashed a torrent of shadowy flame, Zephyr raised her hand. A shimmering barrier of blue energy sprang to life, barely holding back the assault. "Can't hold it much longer," she grunted through gritted teeth. Sylvan knocked an arrow to their bow, its tip glowing with ethereal light. "Aim for its eyes. It's our only chance." The arrow flew true, striking the dragon in one of its vast, dark eyes. The creature reeled back with a roar of pain and fury, temporarily blinded. "Now's our chance," the misty sorceress guardian urged. "We must reach the next beacon before it recovers." As they raced along the crystalline path, Theo felt a strange sensation. His body seemed lighter, more in tune with the cosmic energies swirling around them. He realized with a start that he was actually floating a few inches above the ground. "What's happening to me?" he gasped, half exhilarated, half terrified. The druid guardian, running beside him, smiled knowingly. "Your true nature is awakening, young keeper. With each trial, you become more attuned to the essence of Euphoria itself." They reached the second barrier just as another earth-shaking roar announced the Void Dragon's pursuit. This time, the runes glowed with a fierce, red light. To ignite the beacon of body, the cosmic voice intoned, "Transcend the limits of flesh. Become one with the elements that shape all creation." Theo stepped forward, his heart pounding. He placed his hand on the barrier, bracing himself for whatever challenge awaited. "Be careful in there, lad," Zephyr called out, her voice tinged with concern. "We'll hold off that overgrown lizard as long as we can." As the world around him once again began to dissolve, Theo heard the clash of battle erupting behind him. He silently vowed to complete this trial as quickly as possible. His friends were risking everything for him, he couldn't let them down. The barrier shimmered and engulfed him, and Theo found himself facing the next step of his destiny. The trial of body had begun, and with it, another piece of the puzzle of his true identity would be revealed. As the barrier of the second trial enveloped Theo, he found himself in a realm of swirling elemental chaos. Fire, water, earth, and air danced around him in a dizzying display of primal power. The codex hovered before him, its pages fluttering in an unfelt wind. To master the body, one must first master the elements, the cosmic voice echoed. "Become the force that shapes worlds, young keeper." Theo reached out tentatively, his fingers brushing against the tendril of flame. To his surprise, it didn't burn. Instead, he felt a rush of warmth course through his body, as if the fire itself was merging with his being. Incredible, he breathed, watching as his skin took on a faint, fiery glow. Emboldened, Theo turned his attention to the other elements. He dipped his hand into a swirling stream of water, feeling its cool fluidity become part of him. He stomped his foot, and the earth responded, rising to meet him. With a wave of his arm, he sent a gust of wind spiraling around him. As he experimented with his newfound elemental affinities, Theo began to notice something strange. The more he embraced each element, the more he could perceive the intricate connections between them. Fire fed air, air eroded earth, earth dammed water, water quenched fire, an endless cycle of creation and destruction. You begin to see, the cosmic voice approved. But seeing is not enough. To truly master the elements, you must become them. All of them, at once. Theo frowned, concentrating. How could he embody such opposing forces simultaneously? He closed his eyes, focusing on the warmth of the codex, letting its ancient wisdom guide him. Suddenly, he understood. The elements weren't truly separate, they were all aspects of a greater whole. Just as he was more than just flesh and blood, more than just the lost heir or the keeper of the codex. He was all of these things, and more. With this realization, Theo felt a profound shift within himself. When he opened his eyes, he saw his body shimmering, cycling through the elements in perfect harmony. He had become a living embodiment of the elemental forces. Well done, the cosmic voice intoned. You have passed the trial of body. The second beacon is yours to ignite. As the elemental realm faded away, Theo found himself back on the crystalline path of the celestial spire. The barrier before him vanished, revealing the second beacon. But the scene that greeted him was one of chaos. His companions were locked in fierce combat with the Void Dragon. Zephyr's energy shields flickered weakly under the onslaught of Shadow Flame. Sylvan's arrows, though accurate, seemed to do little more than annoy the massive beast. The Guardians fought valiantly, but even their ancient power seemed dwarfed by the dragon's might. Theo. Sylvan called out, noticing his return. The beacon. Quickly. Without hesitation, Theo sprinted towards the beacon, his body still shimmering with elemental energy. The Void Dragon, sensing the threat, turned its attention towards him. You will not deny me, heir, it roared, unleashing a torrent of void black flame. Acting on pure instinct, Theo raised his hands. A wall of stone erupted from the crystalline path, shielding him from the blast. As the dragon's flame dissipated, Theo countered with a blast of his own, a fusion of all four elements that struck the creature square in the chest. The Void Dragon reeled back, momentarily stunned. Impossible, it snarled. No mortal can wield such power. Theo reached the beacon, holding the codex aloft. Once again, a beam of light shot from its pages to the beacon's core. The structure blazed to life, its radiance even brighter than the first. As the second pillar of light shot into the sky, the Void Dragon let out a screech of fury and pain. The light seemed to physically repel it, driving it back towards the spire's peak. This isn't over, heir, it roared as it retreated. Your light is but a candle against the coming darkness. As the dragon disappeared from view, Theo's companions gathered around him, their faces a mix of awe and concern. By the celestial seas, Zephyr breathed, her eyes wide. Lad, what happened to you in there? Theo looked down at his hands, still shimmering faintly with elemental energy. I'm not entirely sure. But I think I'm starting to understand who, or what, I really am. The Scholar Guardian nodded solemnly. The trials are awakening your true nature, young keeper. With each beacon you ignite, you become more attuned to the very essence of Euphoria. But at what cost? Sylvan asked, their amber eyes filled with worry. Theo, you're changing. Are you sure you're prepared for what lies ahead? Theo hesitated, feeling the weight of their concern. He thought of his home, his family, the normal life he'd left behind. With each trial, he could feel those connections growing fainter. But as he looked at his companions, beings from a world he'd never known existed mere days ago, he felt a new sense of belonging. I have to see this through, Theo said, his voice firm. Whatever I'm becoming, Whatever price I have to pay. Euphoria is worth it. You all are worth it. The misty sorceress guardian stepped forward, her form shimmering in the beacon's light. Then let us press on. 2 beacons remain, and with them, 2 more trials. Are you ready, Theo? Theo nodded, gripping the codex tightly. As they set off towards the 3rd barrier, he couldn't shake the feeling that with each step, each trial, he was moving further from the boy he had been and closer to something more. Something both thrilling and terrifying in its potential. The path ahead would test him in ways he couldn't imagine. But with his newfound powers and his loyal companions by his side, Theo felt ready to face whatever challenges awaited. The fate of Euphoria, and perhaps his very identity, hung in the balance. As they approached the 3rd barrier, Theo felt a strange tingling sensation in his fingertips. He looked down to see faint traces of light dancing across his skin, reminiscent of the symbols in the codex. The book itself seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat, growing warmer with each step. The 3rd trial approaches, the druid guardian warned, her voice hushed with reverence. The trial of heart. It may be the most challenging yet. Zephyra snorted, twirling her sword. More challenging than becoming a living elemental? What's next? Making him juggle stars. Sylvan shot her a reproachful look. This is no joking matter, Captain. The trial of heart delves into the deepest recesses of one's being. It can break even the strongest of minds. As they reached the barrier, glowing with a soft, pink light, the cosmic voice spoke once more. To ignite the beacon of heart, you must confront that which lies beneath. Face your deepest fears, your greatest desires, and the truths you dare not speak. Only then can you truly understand the power of creation and destruction that beats within you. Theo took a deep breath, steeling himself. I'm ready, he said, though his voice wavered slightly. As he placed his hand on the barrier, the world around him shifted. This time, however, he didn't find himself in a cosmic void or elemental chaos. Instead, he stood in a familiar room, his bedroom back home. Theo, a voice called out, sending a jolt through him. His mother appeared in the doorway, concern etched on her face. Honey, where have you been? We've been worried sick. Theo's heart clenched. Mom? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, but as he reached out to her, her image flickered and changed. Suddenly, he was face to face with a version of himself, older, more regal, with eyes that glowed with cosmic power. This is who you could become, the other Theo said, his voice resonating with authority. Ruler of Euphoria, master of realities. All you have to do is embrace your destiny fully. Before Theo could respond, the scene shifted again. He found himself back in the Whispering Woods, facing the Shadow Lord. But this time, he was alone. The bodies of his companions lay scattered around him, broken and lifeless. This is the price of failure, the Shadow Lord's voice boomed. Everyone you love, everything you fight for, destroyed because you weren't strong enough. Theo fell to his knees, overwhelmed by grief and guilt. No, this can't be real. It's just an illusion. Is it? Another voice asked. Theo looked up to see Zephyra, her form flickering between reality and shadow. How can you be sure? How do you know that anything you've experienced is real? Perhaps you're still just a boy, dreaming in his bed. Perhaps you've gone mad. Doubt crept into Theo's mind like poison. What if it was all a delusion? What if he'd imagined everything, the Codex, Euphoria, his supposed destiny? As despair threatened to overwhelm him, Theo felt the Codex pulse in his hands. He looked down at it, seeing his reflection in its shimmering pages. In that reflection, he saw not just himself, but echoes of all he'd experienced, the the trials he'd faced, the friendships he'd forged, the wonders he'd witnessed. "No," Theo said, his voice growing stronger. "This is real. I may not understand everything that's happening to me, but I know that what I feel, what I've learned, is true." He stood, facing each illusion in turn. "I miss my family, and I'm scared of losing them. But I also know that what I'm doing here is important, not just for me, but for all of Ethoria." Turning to his regal future self, Theo continued, "I don't know if this is who I'll become, but if it is, I'll face that when the time comes. My destiny isn't set in stone, it's shaped by the choices I make." Finally, he faced the Shadow Lord and the images of his fallen friends. "I'm afraid of failing, of letting everyone down. But that fear won't paralyze me. It will drive me to be better, to fight harder." As Theo spoke, the illusions began to fade. In their place, a soft, warm light began to fill the space around him. The cosmic voice spoke again, tinged with approval. "You have faced your inner truths with courage and wisdom, young keeper. You understand that true strength comes not from denying one's fears and doubts, but from acknowledging and overcoming them. The trial of heart is complete." The illusory world dissolved, and Theo found himself back on the crystalline path of the celestial spire. His companions watched him with a mixture of concern and awe. "Welcome back, lad," Zephyr said softly. "You had us worried for a moment there." Theo blinked, surprised to find tears in his eyes. "How long was I gone?" "Mere moments," Sylvan replied, "and yet, it seems you've lived a lifetime in that span." The Scholar Guardian stepped forward, his starry robe shimmering. "The trial of heart forces one to confront the very essence of their being. You have grown much in a short time, young keeper." Theo nodded, feeling both drained and invigorated. He approached the third beacon, holding the codex aloft. As before, a beam of light connected the book to the structure, igniting it in a blaze of radiant energy. As the third pillar of light shot into the sky, Theo felt a profound shift within himself. The connection he'd felt to the codex, to Ethoria itself, grew stronger. He could sense the ebb and flow of energies around him, could almost hear the whispers of the world itself. "One more," Theo said, his voice filled with determination. "One more beacon, one more trial, and then we face the Void Dragon for the crown of light." His companions nodded, readying themselves for the challenges ahead. As they set off towards the final barrier, Theo couldn't shake the feeling that the greatest test was yet to come. The trial of soul awaited, and with it, the final key to unlocking his true identity and power. The fate of Ethoria hung in the balance, and Theo was beginning to understand just how intertwined his own destiny was with that of this magical realm. Whatever lay ahead, he knew he would face it with an open heart, a clear mind, and the unwavering support of his friends as they approached the final barrier. The air around them crackled with an otherworldly energy. The celestial spire seemed to hum with anticipation, and Theo could feel the codex pulsing in his hands, almost eager for what was to come. The barrier before them shimmered with an iridescent light, constantly shifting through every color imaginable. Runes of ancient power danced across its surface, spelling out words in a language Theo somehow understood despite never having seen it before. "The trial of soul," the flame-clad warrior guardian intoned solemnly. "The final test, and the most perilous of all." Zephyra placed a hand on Theo's shoulder, her usual bravado tempered by concern. "You've come far, lad. Whatever happens in there, remember who you are and why you're fighting." Theo nodded, grateful for her support. He turned to Sylvan, whose amber eyes shone with a mix of pride and worry. "Any last words of wisdom before I go in?" The elf smiled softly. "Trust in yourself, Theo. The power you seek has been within you all along. This trial will simply help you realize it." As Theo stepped towards the barrier, the cosmic voice spoke once more, its tone more serious than ever before. To ignite the beacon of soul, you must transcend the boundaries of self. Embrace the totality of your being, past, present, and future. Only by understanding your place in the grand tapestry of existence can you unlock your true potential. Taking a deep breath, Theo placed his hand on the barrier. The world around him dissolved, but this time, he didn't find himself in any recognizable place or form. Instead, he felt as if he was everywhere and nowhere at once, his consciousness expanding beyond the limits of his physical body. Flashes of memory and vision bombarded him, snippets of a life he knew was his own, yet somehow wasn't. He saw himself as a young prince in an ancient Ethorian court, wielding magic with casual ease. He witnessed battles against the encroaching darkness, felt the weight of a crown upon his brow. But it wasn't just the past he experienced. Theo saw possible futures unfolding before him, worlds where he ruled Ethoria as a benevolent king, others where he succumbed to the lure of dark power. He saw versions of himself scattered across multiple realities, each making choices that rippled out to affect countless lives. Who am I? Theo gasped, overwhelmed by the sheer enormity of what he was experiencing. A voice, at once familiar and utterly alien, answered him. You are Theo, and you are the Eternal Guardian. You are the bridge between worlds, the keeper of balance. In every age, in every reality, you are reborn to face the darkness. Suddenly, Theo understood. The lost heir, the prophecy, his connection to the Codex, it all made sense. He wasn't just a boy chosen by chance. He was the latest incarnation of an ancient spirit, one tied inextricably to the fate of Ethoria and countless other realms. But why? Theo asked, struggling to comprehend the vastness of his true nature. Why me? Why now? Because the darkness grows stronger, the voice replied. The Shadow Lord is more than just a single entity, it is the embodiment of chaos and destruction, seeking to unravel the very fabric of reality. And you, in all your forms, are the counterbalance. As this knowledge settled into him, Theo felt a surge of power unlike anything he'd experienced before. The barriers between his past lives and possible futures began to blur. Knowledge and abilities from countless incarnations flooded into him. Be warned, the voice cautioned. With great power comes great responsibility. And great temptation. The choices you make from this moment on will shape not just your destiny, but the fate of all realities. Theo felt the weight of this responsibility settling upon him. But instead of fear, he felt a sense of purpose, of rightness. This was who he was meant to be. I understand, Theo said, his voice resonating with newfound power. I'm ready to embrace my true self. As he spoke these words, Theo felt a final surge of energy coursing through him. The trial of soul was complete. The cosmic vastness faded away, and Theo found himself back on the crystalline path of the celestial spire. But he was changed. An aura of power surrounded him, and his eyes glowed with inner light. His companions gasped as they beheld him. By the ancient roots, Sylvan breathed. Theo, you're... Magnificent, Zephyr finished, her voice filled with awe. The Guardians bowed their heads in respect. The Eternal Guardian awakens, the misty sorceress said. As it was foretold, Theo approached the final beacon, the Codex floating beside him of its own accord. As he raised his hand, a beam of pure energy shot from his palm, igniting the beacon without even needing to touch it. As the fourth and final pillar of light erupted into the sky, the entire celestial spire shook. From above, they heard the enraged roar of the Void Dragon. It comes, the Scholar Guardian warned. The final battle is upon us. Theo nodded, a look of determination on his face. Then let's finish this. For Ethoria, for all realities, and for the balance that must be maintained. As his companions readied themselves for battle, Theo felt the full weight of his destiny upon him. He was no longer just a boy on an adventure. He was the eternal guardian, reborn to face the darkness once more. The void dragon descended, its massive form blotting out the stars. But Theo stood tall, the codex hovering before him, ready to face whatever came next. The fate of all realities hung in the balance, and he was prepared to give everything to maintain that balance. The void dragon's massive form cast a shadow over the celestial spire, its eyes blazing with malevolent energy. Theo stood at the forefront, the codex hovering before him, pulsing with newfound power. His companions flanked him, weapons at the ready. So, the little heir thinks he's become a god, the void dragon sneered, its voice echoing across the crystalline expanse. Your awakening changes nothing. The darkness will consume all. Theo's eyes glowed with inner light as he responded, his voice carrying an authority that surprised even him. I'm no god, void dragon. I'm the eternal guardian, and I'm here to restore balance. The dragon laughed, a sound like grinding boulders. Balance? There's only chaos and order, little guardian. And chaos will always win in the end. With a deafening roar, the void dragon unleashed a torrent of shadow flame. Theo raised his hand, and a shield of pure light materialized, deflecting the attack. Now! Theo shouted to his companions. Zephyra charged forward, her sword gleaming with enchanted energy. For Ethoria, she cried, slashing at the dragon's scales. Sylvan's arrows flew true, each one imbued with nature's fury. May the ancient forests lend us strength, they intoned, loosing another volley. The guardians moved in perfect unison, their combined powers creating a vortex of elemental energy that buffeted the void dragon. But the creature was far from defeated. With the sweep of its massive tail, it sent Zephyra flying. Its wings beat furiously, dispelling the guardian's vortex. Impudent mortals, it snarled. You cannot hope to defeat me. I am eternal, the very embodiment of destruction. Theo felt a surge of memories, countless battles against the darkness across multiple lifetimes. He knew the void dragon's words held a kernel of truth. It couldn't be destroyed, not completely. But it could be contained. You're right, Theo said, stepping forward. You can't be destroyed. But neither can I. We're two sides of the same coin, locked in an eternal dance. The void dragon's eyes narrowed. So you begin to understand, little guardian. Then you know this fight is futile. Theo shook his head. No, not futile. Necessary. The balance must be maintained. He raised the codex high, its pages fluttering open. Ancient words of power spilled forth, filling the air with shimmering runes. What are you doing? The dragon hissed, a note of uncertainty creeping into its voice. Restoring balance, Theo replied. He began to chant, the words coming to him from lifetimes of experience. The void dragon roared in fury and unleashed another blast of shadow flame. This time, Zephyra leapt in front of Theo, her sword splitting the dark fire. Whatever you're doing, lad, do it fast, she shouted over her shoulder. Sylvan's arrows peppered the dragon's hide, drawing its attention. We can't hold it off forever, Theo. The guardians formed a protective circle around Theo, their combined powers creating a barrier against the void dragon's onslaught. As Theo's chant reached its crescendo, the four beacons of the celestial spire pulsed in unison. Streams of pure light shot from each one, converging on the codex. The void dragon's eyes widened in realization. No. You cannot. But it was too late. A beam of blinding radiance erupted from the codex, engulfing the void dragon. The creature writhed and thrashed, its form beginning to dissolve. "This isn't the end, Guardian," it roared. "I will return, as I always do." "And I'll be waiting," Theo replied, his voice filled with determination. "As I always am." With a final, earth-shaking roar, the void dragon dissolved into motes of shadow, drawn inexorably into the pages of the codex. As the last traces disappeared, the book slammed shut with a resounding thud. Silence fell over the celestial spire. Theo lowered the codex, feeling the weight of what he'd just done. Sephira was the first to speak. Is it over?" Theo nodded slowly. "For now. The void dragon is contained within the codex. The balance is restored." Sylvan approached, their eyes filled with wonder. "Theo, what you did, it was incredible. But what happens now?" The Guardians gathered around, their forms shimmering with residual power. The scholar among them spoke. "The Eternal Guardian has fulfilled the prophecy. Euphoria is safe, but the Void Dragon's threat can never be truly eliminated." Theo looked down at the codex in his hands, feeling the restless energy contained within. "No, it can't. This isn't an ending, it's a new beginning." He turned to his companions, seeing the questions in their eyes. "The Void Dragon will eventually break free. It always does. And when that happens, the Eternal Guardian, whether it's me or a future incarnation, will be there to face it." "So it never ends?" Sephira asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "It's the nature of balance," Theo explained, drawing on knowledge from countless lifetimes. "Light and dark, creation and destruction, they're all part of the cosmic cycle. Our job isn't to end that cycle, but to maintain it." Sylvan nodded slowly. "And the crown of light? Was it just a metaphor for your awakening?" Theo smiled, reaching up to touch his forehead. A circlet of pure energy materialized, glowing softly. "Not exactly. The crown of light is real, but it's not just a physical object. It's a symbol of the Eternal Guardian's duty." As the implications of everything that had happened sank in, a new sense of purpose filled the air. The battle was won, but the greater challenge, maintaining the balance across all realities, was just beginning. "So, what's our next move, O Eternal Guardian?" Sephira asked, a hint of her usual humor returning. Theo looked out over the vast expanse of Euphoria, feeling the connections to countless other realms. "We rebuild, we prepare, and we stay vigilant. The shadows may be contained for now, but they're always waiting for a chance to return." As the first light of a new dawn broke over the horizon, Theo and his companions stood together, ready to face whatever challenges the future might hold. The codex pulsed gently in Theo's hands, a reminder of the eternal cycle they were all a part of. The battle for balance would never truly end, but with the Eternal Guardian awakened and his loyal friends by his side, hope burned brighter than ever before in Euphoria and beyond. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the celestial spire, Theo and his companions began their descent. The air was filled with a mixture of triumph and uncertainty, the weight of their recent victory tempered by the knowledge of the ongoing responsibility they now faced. Sephira, ever practical, broke the contemplative silence. "So, lad, or should I say, Eternal Guardian, what exactly does this new role of yours entail?" Theo smiled wryly, the crown of light shimmering faintly above his brow. "To be honest, I'm still figuring that out myself. It's like I have access to countless lifetimes of memories and knowledge, but they're not always easy to sort through." Sylvan nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps that's part of the challenge. Each incarnation must learn to balance the wisdom of the past with the unique circumstances of the present. As they reached the base of the spire, they were met by a gathering of Ithorians, representatives from various realms and factions, all eager to catch a glimpse of their savior and learn what the future held. A murmur rippled through the crowd as Theo approached, the codex floating serenely beside him. He could feel their hope, their fear, their curiosity, emotions amplified by his newfound connection to the very essence of Ithoria. An elderly tree shepherd stepped forward, her bark-like skin etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Eternal Guardian," she intoned, bowing deeply. "The forests whisper of your great deed. What now becomes of our realm?" Theo took a deep breath, drawing upon both his own experiences and the collective knowledge of his past lives. "Ithoria stands at a crossroads," he began, his voice carrying easily across the assembled crowd. "The Void Dragon is contained, but not defeated. The shadow it cast across our lands may have receded, but it has left scars that will take time to heal." A murmur of concern rippled through the gathering. A young star weaver, his robe shimmering with celestial energy, spoke up. "But surely, with your power, you could simply erase all traces of the darkness." Theo shook his head gently. "To do so would be to upset the very balance we fought to protect. Light and dark, creation and destruction, these forces must coexist for our realms to thrive. Our task now is not to eliminate the darkness, but to learn from it, to grow stronger in its wake." The Scholar Guardian stepped forward, addressing the crowd. "The Eternal Guardian speaks wisely. Ithoria has faced many challenges throughout its history, and it is through overcoming these trials that we have become who we are." Zephyra, standing proudly beside Theo, chimed in. "What we need now is unity. The Void Dragon's influence sought to divide us, to turn realm against realm. We must do the opposite, come together, share our strengths, and support each other in rebuilding." A ripple of agreement passed through the gathering, but Theo could sense an undercurrent of uncertainty. A grizzled mountain heart dwarf pushed his way to the front, his eyes narrowed skeptically. "Fine words," he growled, "but what of the Codex? That book contains power beyond imagining, power that could remake Ithoria in an instant. Why not use it to solve all our problems here and now?" Theo felt the Codex pulse gently beside him, as if in response to the dwarf's words. He placed a hand on its cover, feeling the swirling energies contained within, both light and dark, creation and destruction, inextricably linked. "The Codex is not a tool to be used lightly," Theo explained, choosing his words carefully. "Its power is vast, yes, but it's also a reflection of the balance we seek to maintain. To use it to forcibly reshape reality would be to risk becoming the very thing we fought against." He paused, looking out over the diverse gathering of Ithorians. "The strength of Ithoria lies not in quick fixes or overwhelming power, but in the spirit of its people. Each of you, in your own way, is a guardian of this realm. The challenges we face are an opportunity for all of us to grow, to forge stronger bonds between our various peoples and realms." Sylvan stepped forward, their amber eyes shining with determination. "The Eternal Guardian speaks truth. I've traveled many realms, and I can say with certainty that Ithoria's greatest strength has always been its diversity. Each of our peoples brings unique gifts to the whole." The tree shepherd nodded slowly, a smile creasing her bark-like features. "Indeed, the forests have long known this wisdom. A single tree may fall to the storm, but a forest stands strong together." As the gathering began to discuss among themselves, Theo felt a tug on his sleeve. He looked down to see a young woman, a child, her form glowing softly in the morning light. "Eternal Guardian," she said, her voice filled with innocent curiosity, "will you stay with us now? Will you protect us forever?" Theo knelt down, meeting the child's luminous eyes. "I will always be here to protect Ethoria," he said gently. "But the true protection of this realm lies in the hearts of all who call it home. My role is to guide, to maintain balance, and to be ready when the darkness inevitably returns. But it's up to all of us, working together, to build the future we want to see." As he stood, Theo addressed the gathering once more. "The path ahead will not be easy. There will be challenges, disagreements, and moments of doubt. But if we face them together, with open hearts and minds, there's nothing we cannot overcome. The story of Ethoria is still being written, and each of you has a part to play in shaping its next chapter." A cheer went up from the crowd, a sound of hope and determination that echoed across the crystal plains. As Theo looked out over the assembled Ethorians, he felt a profound sense of purpose. The battle against the Void Dragon was over, but the real work, the ongoing task of maintaining balance, fostering unity, and preparing for future challenges was just beginning. With the Codex at his side, his loyal companions around him, and the collective strength of Ethoria behind him, Theo knew that whatever the future held, they would face it together. The dawn of a new era had truly begun. In the weeks following the defeat of the Void Dragon, Ethoria began the slow process of healing and rebuilding. Theo, now fully embracing his role as the Eternal Guardian, found himself at the center of this monumental task. The Celestial Spire had become a beacon of hope, drawing representatives from every corner of the realm seeking guidance and assistance. One crisp morning, Theo stood atop the spire's highest accessible point, overlooking the vast expanse of Ethoria. The crown of light shimmered softly above his brow, a constant reminder of his newfound responsibilities. Zephyra approached, her usual swagger tempered by a newfound sense of purpose. "Quite a view, isn't it? Hard to believe just a few weeks ago, we were fighting for the fate of all this." Theo nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "It's beautiful. And fragile. I can feel it now, Zephyra, the delicate balance holding everything together." "Speaking of balance," Zephyra said, her tone growing serious, "we've got some visitors I think you'll want to meet." As they descended to the spire's main chamber, Theo found Sylvan deep in conversation with a group of individuals he didn't recognize. Their appearances were as diverse as Ethoria itself. One seemed to be made of living stone, another flickered like a flame-given human form, while a third appeared to be a being of pure starlight. Sylvan looked up as Theo approached. "Ah, perfect timing. Eternal Guardian, allow me to introduce the keepers of the Outer Realms." The being of living stone stepped forward, its voice rumbling like an avalanche. "Greetings, Eternal Guardian. I am Terramore of the Earth and Depths. We have come seeking your counsel." Theo inclined his head respectfully. "I'm honored to meet you all. How can I be of assistance?" The flame-like being spoke next, its voice crackling with energy. "I am Ignara of the Blazing Corsuca. The containment of the Void Dragon has sent ripples across all realities. We fear complications." The starlight being nodded, its voice a melodious whisper. "Astralies of the Cosmic Weave. The balance you've struck here in Ethoria is commendable, but it has caused shifts in the fabric of other realms." Theo felt a weight settle in his chest. He had known, on some level, that his actions would have far-reaching consequences, but hearing it confirmed was sobering. "What kind of shifts?" he asked, his mind already racing with possibilities. Terramore's rocky features creased with concern. "In my realm, the very bedrock has become unstable. Earthquakes rock our deepest caverns, and volcanoes long dormant have begun to stir." Ignara's flame flickered anxiously. "Corsuca burns hotter than ever before. Fires that once brought necessary renewal now threaten to consume everything." And in the cosmic weave, Astralise added, stars are being born and dying at an alarming rate. The very constellations are changing. Sephira let out a low whistle. Well, lad, looks like saving one world might have put a few others in jeopardy. Theo closed his eyes, reaching out with his newly awakened senses. He could feel it now, the tremors in the earthen depths, the infernos of Corsica, the cosmic turmoil of the weave. All connected, all part of the greater balance. The Void Dragon's influence extended far beyond Euphoria, he said slowly, opening his eyes. By containing it here, we've created a power vacuum in other realms. The excess energy is seeking new channels, new forms of expression. Sylvan nodded gravely. It seems our victory may have been more complicated than we realized. What can be done? Terramore rumbled. Our realms cannot withstand this imbalance for long. Theo's mind raced, drawing on the collective wisdom of his past lives. We need to redistribute the energy, create new channels for it to flow safely. He turned to the keepers. But to do that, I'll need to visit your realms personally. The Codex contains the power of the Void Dragon, and with it, I may be able to stabilize the situation. Ignara's flames leapt higher. You would leave Euphoria? But what of your duties here? My duty is to maintain balance across all realms, Theo replied firmly. Euphoria is safe for now, but if we don't address these issues, the instability could spread back to us. Sephira stepped forward, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Well, you're not going alone. Someone's got to watch your back out there in the great unknown. Sylvan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Your journey will need both sword and bow, I think. Astralise's starlight form shimmered with what might have been a smile. Your loyalty to your companion does you credit, Eternal Guardian. But I warn you, travel between realms is not without its perils. I understand, Theo said, feeling the weight of the Codex at his side. But it's a risk we must take. The balance must be maintained, not just in Euphoria, but across all realms. As the gravity of the situation settled over the chamber, Theo felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. He had only just begun to understand his role in Euphoria, and now he was preparing to venture into unknown worlds. How soon can we leave? He asked the keepers. Terramer's rocky form shifted. We can open the pathways between realms at the next alignment of the celestial bodies. 3 days hence. Theo nodded. Then we have work to do. Sephira, Sylvan, we need to prepare. And we'll need to inform the Guardians and the Ithorian Council of our plans. As the chamber buzzed with activity, Theo gazed out over the lands he had sworn to protect. Euphoria was just the beginning, he realized. His true journey as the Eternal Guardian was only just beginning. Hold fast, Euphoria, he whispered. We'll return as soon as we can. And when we do, we'll bring balance not just to our world, but to all worlds. The crown of light pulsed gently, as if in agreement. The next chapter of their adventure was about to unfold, spanning realms beyond their wildest imaginations. 3 days passed in a flurry of preparation. As the moment of departure approached, Theo, Sephira, and Sylvan gathered at the base of the celestial spire. The keepers of the outer realms stood in a circle, their forms shimmering with otherworldly energy as they prepared to open the pathways between worlds. Theo clutched the Codex tightly, feeling its power pulsing in sync with the crown of light on his brow. Sephira checked her sword one last time, while Sylvan adjusted the quiver on their back. Are you sure about this, lad? Sephira asked, a hint of concern in her usually confident voice. Traveling between realms, it's not exactly a leisurely stroll through the whispering woods. Theo nodded, his eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and apprehension. We don't have a choice. The imbalance is spreading, and if we don't act now, all realms could be at risk. Sylvan placed a reassuring hand on Theo's shoulder. Remember, Eternal Guardian, you carry the wisdom of countless lifetimes within you. Trust in that knowledge, and in yourself. As they spoke, the air around them began to crackle with energy. Terramore, the being of Livingstone, stepped forward. The pathways are lining, he rumbled. Are you prepared for what lies ahead, Eternal Guardian? Theo took a deep breath, centering himself. As ready as I'll ever be. Which realm shall we visit first? Ignara, the flame being, flickered anxiously. My realm of blazing Corsuca is in dire need. Our world burns hotter by the day. Then Corsuca it is, Theo decided. He turned to his companions. Stay close. We don't know exactly what to expect on the other side. The keepers began to chant in an ancient, otherworldly language. The space before them shimmered and warped, tearing open to reveal a swirling vortex of energy. Now, Astralis called out. Step through quickly, before the alignment shifts. Taking a final look at Ithoria, Theo gripped the codex tightly and stepped into the vortex. Zephyra and Sylvan followed close behind. The sensation of traveling between realms was unlike anything they had ever experienced. It felt as if they were being unmade and remade with each passing moment, their very essence stretched across the cosmos. Just when it seemed they could bear no more, they were thrust out onto solid ground. Or what passed for ground in the realm of blazing Corsuca. As they regained their senses, they found themselves standing on a plateau of obsidian, surrounded by rivers of lava and towering pillars of flame. The air shimmered with intense heat, and in the distance, great fire elementals danced among erupting volcanoes. By the celestial seas, Zephyr gasped, already breaking into a sweat. It's like stepping into an oven. Sylvan's eyes widened as they took in the alien landscape. Incredible. The raw power of this realm, it's overwhelming. Theo could feel the instability Ignara had spoken of. The very fabric of Corsuca seemed to pulse with excess energy, the fires burning far hotter than they should. We need to find a way to channel this excess energy, Theo mused, the codex humming in response to the realm's power. But where to begin in a world of endless fire? As if in answer to his question, a booming voice echoed across the fiery landscape. Who dares enter the realm of blazing Corsuca? A massive being of pure flame materialized before them, easily towering 20 feet high. Its eyes were twin supernovas, and its voice crackled like a raging inferno. I am Pyromus, Lord of the Eternal Flame, the being announced. State your purpose, intruders, or be reduced to ash where you stand. Theo stepped forward, the crown of light glowing brightly in response to the challenge. I am Theo, the Eternal Guardian of Ithoria. We've come at the request of Ignara to help restore balance to your realm. Pyromus's flames flickered, a sign of surprise or perhaps skepticism. The Eternal Guardian? Here, in Corsuca. Ignara spoke of seeking aid, but I did not think. No matter. If you truly are who you claim to be, then prove your worth. Show me you can withstand the fires of Corsuca. With a gesture from Pyromus, the ground beneath their feet began to crack, revealing a lake of molten lava slowly rising to engulf them. Theo! Zephyra shouted, drawing her sword. A little guardian magic would be really useful right about now. Sylvan knocked an arrow, though they knew it would be useless against the approaching lava. I don't suppose your past lives ever dealt with being boiled alive in magma? Theo closed his eyes, reaching deep within himself and into the codex. He felt the power of countless guardians before him, their knowledge flowing through his veins. With a surge of energy, he raised his hands. A sphere of pure, cool light enveloped the trio just as the lava reached their feet, The molten rock flowed harmlessly around their protective bubble. Pyromus's eyes flared brighter. Impressive, young guardian. Perhaps Ignara was right to seek your aid after all. Come, let us speak of the troubles that plague our realm, and see if your power is truly enough to restore the balance we've lost. As they followed Pyromus across the blazing landscape, protected by Theo's energy sphere, Sephra let out a low whistle. Well, lad, looks like you've made quite the first impression. Let's just hope the other realms don't all greet us with death traps, eh? Theo managed a small smile, though his mind was already racing with the challenges ahead. The journey to restore balance across the realms had only just begun, and Corsica was likely just the first of many trials they would face. With the Codex pulsing steadily at his side and his loyal companions beside him, Theo steeled himself for whatever this fiery realm might throw at them next. The fate of not just Corsica, but all realms, hung in the balance. As Pyromus led Theo and his companions deeper into the heart of blazing Corsica, the true extent of the realm's instability became apparent. Volcanoes erupted with increasing frequency, spewing rivers of lava that threatened to consume everything in their path. Fire elementals, usually calm and controlled, raged out of control, their forms growing to monstrous proportions. Our realm has always been one of fire and rebirth, Pyromus explained, his voice a mixture of crackling flames and deep concern. But now, the cycle is broken. The fires no longer renew, they only destroy. Theo nodded, feeling the imbalance acutely through his connection to the Codex. The containment of the Void Dragon in Ethoria has caused a surge of uncontrolled energy here. We need to find a way to channel it, to restore the natural cycle. They arrived at a massive caldera, its center a swirling vortex of white-hot magma. At its edges stood other fire beings, their forms flickering anxiously as they worked to contain the growing maelstrom. Sephra wiped sweat from her brow, her usual bravado tempered by the oppressive heat. I don't suppose you have a realm-sized fire extinguisher handy, do you? Sylvan's eyes narrowed as they surveyed the scene. This vortex, it's like a wound in the fabric of the realm itself. The excess energy is pouring through unchecked. Theo stepped closer to the edge of the caldera, the Codex humming with power in his hands. You're right, Sylvan. And if we don't close it soon, it could tear Corsica apart, and potentially destabilize other realms in the process. Pyromus nodded gravely. Many of our kind have already been lost, drawn into the vortex and consumed by its chaotic energies. Even I dare not approach too closely. Theo closed his eyes, reaching out with his senses. He could feel the raw power of Corsica, the primal energy of fire and creation that formed the realm's essence. But underneath it all was a discordant note, a chaotic force that threatened to unravel everything. I think I know what we need to do, Theo said, opening his eyes. But it's going to be dangerous, and I'll need your help. Sephra stepped forward, her hand on her sword hilt. Just say the word, lad. We didn't come all this way to back down now. Sylvan nodded in agreement. Whatever you need, Eternal Guardian. Theo turned to Pyromus. Lord of the Eternal Flame, I need you and your fire beings to form a circle around the caldera. Channel your energies inward, but don't try to fight the vortex directly. Instead, focus on the memory of balance, of the natural cycle of destruction and rebirth. Pyromus's flames flickered in understanding. It shall be done. And what of you, Guardian? I'm going into the heart of the vortex, Theo said, his voice firm despite the gravity of his words. What? Sephra exclaimed. That's madness. You'll be torn apart. Theo shook his head. The Codex contains the power of the Void Dragon, the very force that's causing this imbalance. If I can take it into the center of the vortex, I might be able to neutralize the chaotic energy and restore balance. Sylvan placed a hand on Theo's shoulder. "And what of you? How will you protect yourself from such raw power?" Theo managed a small smile. "That's where you two come in. I need you to anchor me. Zephyra, your strength and determination. Sylvan, your connection to nature and balance. Together, you can form a tether that will keep me grounded while I work." Pyromus began organizing the fire beings, forming a wide circle around the caldera. "We are ready, Eternal Guardian. May the flames of Corsuca grant you strength." As Theo prepared himself at the edge of the vortex, Zephyr gripped his left hand tightly. "You better come back in one piece, you hear me? I'm not explaining to Ethoria how I let their guardian get vaporized on our first outing." Sylvan took Theo's right hand, their touch cooled despite the intense heat. "Remember who you are, Theo. The wisdom of countless guardians lives within you. Trust in that." With a deep breath, Theo stepped off the edge and into the swirling maelstrom of fire and chaos. The roar of the vortex was deafening, the heat beyond anything he had ever experienced. But he could feel the steady presence of his companions, their energy flowing through him like an unbreakable lifeline. At the heart of the vortex, Theo opened the codex. Its pages fluttered wildly, ancient symbols glowing with otherworldly power. He began to chant, words of balance and harmony that resonated with the very fabric of Corsuca. Slowly, painfully, the chaotic energies began to shift. The codex absorbed the excess power, channeling it back into the natural cycle of the realm. Theo felt as if he was being unmade and remade with each passing moment, his very essence merging with the primal forces of Corsuca. Just when it seemed he could endure no more, there was a massive surge of energy. The vortex collapsed in on itself, and Theo was thrown clear, still clutching the codex tightly to his chest. As the dust and ash settled, Theo found himself lying on the obsidian ground, Zephyr and Sylvan kneeling beside him with concern etched on their faces. Did it work?" Theo managed to croak, his throat raw from the intense heat. Pyromus approached, his fiery form now calm and controlled. "See for yourself, Eternal Guardian." Theo sat up, looking out over Corsuca. The raging fires had subsided, replaced by a landscape of controlled burns and smoldering embers. Fire elementals danced in intricate patterns, their forms once again in harmony with the realm. "The balance is restored," Pyromus said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Corsuca owes you a great debt, Eternal Guardian." As Theo stood, supported by his companions, he could feel the change in the realm. The chaotic energy was gone, replaced by a sense of renewed purpose and vitality. "One realm down," Zephyr quipped, though her voice was filled with pride. "Only a few more to go, eh?" Sylvan nodded, their eyes scanning the horizon. "And each one likely to present its own unique challenges." Theo gripped the codex tightly, feeling its power pulse in sync with the restored rhythm of Corsuca. "Then we'd better get moving. The other realms are waiting, and the balance must be maintained." As they prepared for their next journey, Theo couldn't help but wonder what challenges lay ahead. But with the wisdom of the Eternal Guardian flowing through him and his loyal companions by his side, he felt ready to face whatever the cosmos might throw their way. As Theo, Zephyra, and Sylvan prepared to leave blazing Corsuca, the air around them began to shimmer with an otherworldly energy. The pathways between realms were aligning once more, offering them passage to their next destination. Pyromus, Lord of the Eternal Flame, approached the trio. His fiery form now burned with a controlled, steady light. "Eternal Guardian, you have restored balance to our realm. We are forever in your debt." Theo nodded respectfully, the crown of light pulsing gently above his brow. "The balance must be maintained in all realms, Pyromus." Korsuka's restoration is just the beginning of our journey. As the portal began to form, a swirling vortex of cosmic energy, Zephyr turned to Theo with a wry smile. So, lad, any idea what delightful inferno we're jumping into next? Before Theo could respond, a chilling wind swept through the obsidian plains of Korsuka, causing even the fire elementals to flicker and recoil. The portal's swirling energies crystallized, forming an icy gateway that radiated cold. Sylvan's eyes widened in recognition. The frozen wastes of Glacius. It seems our path takes us from one extreme to another. Theo felt the codex pulse in response to the icy portal. Glacius, a realm of eternal winter and unyielding ice. The imbalance there must be severe to affect even Korsuka's climate. Pyromus nodded gravely. The keeper of Glacius, Frost Wind, is an old ally, and sometimes rival. If her realm is in distress, the consequences could be dire for all realities. As they stepped towards the portal, Zephyr shivered dramatically. From frying pan to icebox. Marvelous. I don't suppose we could make a quick stop in an ice, temperate realm? Maybe one with beaches? Theo managed a small smile despite the gravity of their mission. Sorry, Zephyra. The balance doesn't wait for perfect weather. With a deep breath, Theo led his companions through the icy gateway. The transition was jarring. One moment they were surrounded by the intense heat of Korsuka, the next they were plunged into a world of biting cold and howling winds. As their eyes adjusted to the blinding whiteness of Glacius, they found themselves standing on a vast ice shelf. Towering glaciers rose in the distance, their surfaces reflecting an alien, pale sun. The wind whipped around them, carrying flurries of snow and ice crystals. By the celestial seas, Zephyr gasped, her breath forming clouds in the frigid air. And I thought Korsuka was extreme. Sylvan pulled their cloak tighter, their elven features sharp against the stark landscape. This cold, it's unnatural. Even for a realm of ice, this feels wrong. Theo nodded, feeling the wrongness through his connection to the codex. The book hummed with an uneasy energy, responding to the imbalance that permeated Glacius. The containment of the Void Dragon has affected this realm too, Theo mused. But instead of excess heat, it's caused an extreme drop in temperature. The natural cycles of Glacius have been disrupted. As they spoke, the ice beneath their feet began to crack and shift. A massive form rose from the frozen depths, a behemoth carved of living ice, its eyes glowing with an inner blue fire. Intruders, the ice giant rumbled, its voice like grinding glaciers. You dare trespass in the realm of eternal winter? Theo stepped forward, the crown of light flaring in response to the challenge. We come seeking Frost Wind, keeper of Glacius. I am Theo, the eternal guardian of Ethoria, and we're here to help restore balance to your realm. The ice giant's eyes narrowed, frost forming around its massive fists. Pretty words, little Warmblood. But Glacius has no need of outside interference. Our ways are as old and unyielding as ice itself. Zephyr's hand moved to her sword hilt, frost already forming on the blade. Charming fellow. I don't suppose a friendly chat is in order? Sylvan knocked an arrow, though they knew it would likely shatter against the giant's icy hide. I fear diplomacy might be a bit frosty here, Captain. The ice giant raised its arms, causing the very ground to shake. You will leave this realm, or be entombed in ice for eternity. Theo felt the codex pulse urgently, responding to the growing threat. He knew they couldn't afford a prolonged conflict. Every moment the imbalance persisted put Glacius, and all connected realms, at greater risk. Wait. Theo called out, his voice carrying a power that momentarily gave even the ice giant pause. We seek audience with Frostwind. Surely, as guardians of this realm, you must feel the wrongness that pervades Glacius. The unnatural cold that threatens to freeze even your eternal winter. The giant hesitated, ice cracking as its features shifted in what might have been a frown. You speak of the Great Chill. The cold that bites even our kind. How do you know of this? Theo held up the codex, its pages fluttering with an inner warmth that defied the freezing temperatures. Because the same force that causes your Great Chill has affected other realms. In blazing Corsica, it manifested as uncontrolled fire. Here, it takes the form of extreme cold. But the root cause is the same, an imbalance that threatens all realities. The ice giant studied them for a long moment, its glowing eyes unreadable. Finally, it nodded, causing a small avalanche of snow to cascade from its shoulders. Very well, Eternal Guardian. You and your companions may pass. But know this, if your words prove false, if you bring harm to Glacius or our keeper, not even your vaunted guardianship will save you from the wrath of the eternal winter. As the giant sank back into the ice, leaving a clear path ahead, Zephyr let out a low whistle. Well, that was bracing. Remind me to pack a warmer coat next time we go realm hopping, eh? Sylvan nodded towards the distant glaciers, where a palace of impossibly intricate ice spires could just be seen. It seems our path is clear, at least for now. Shall we meet this frost wind and see what can be done for Glacius? Theo gripped the codex tightly, feeling its warmth pulse in defiance of the surrounding cold. Indeed, the balance must be restored, here as in all realms. And something tells me Glacius will present challenges unlike anything we faced in Corsica. As they set off across the icy wasteland, the alien son of Glacius casting long shadows behind them, Theo couldn't help but wonder what other extremes they would face in their quest to restore cosmic balance. The journey had only just begun, and already it was testing the limits of their endurance and understanding. But with each step, Theo felt the wisdom of countless past guardians flowing through him, guiding his path. Whatever Glacius might throw at them, he knew that together, they would find a way to thaw the Great Chill and bring harmony back to this frozen realm.